Oh, we are in the open session to hear public comments before closed session. Roll call.
Councilmember Vana,
Here.
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Mayor Martinez,
Presente.
Vice Mayor Zepeda, and Councilmember Robinson are absent right now. During closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Item C1 is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Guillermo Gomez versus John Temple et al. Item C2, public employee performance evaluation, title city attorney. Item C3, liability claim, claimant Terminal 1 Development LLC. Item C4, conference with labor negotiators. Agency representatives, Sharon Taylor and Jack Hughes, and Lisa Charbonnet. Employee organizations include SEIU Local 1021, full-time and part-time units, IFPTE Local 21, mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. We have one request to address the council. Cordell Hindler.
That's me. There he is. Good afternoon, Mayor Martinez, council. So let me repeat the comments that I made last week. So Dave Alshire has done a wonderful, exceptional job. When you go in there, think about all the hard work that he's put in his office. He will make sure that the council is in line with your priorities and goals for 2025. So when you go back in there, make sure that he gets a promotion. And then the next thing is for the unions. All these unions have done a lot of work for our city of Richmond, and they need to be acknowledged. They deserve a raise too, you know. They've been putting in all these long hours. So when you go back in there, think about these unions. Think about all the hard work they put in to contribute. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Let the record show that Vice Mayor Cesar Cepeda arrived at 4:31. And with that, public comment is, do we have any online?
No, we don't.
Then public comment is closed, and we will retire into the back. in the council. It is now time for the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call.
Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Councilmember Brown,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember Wilson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Cepeda,
Here.
Mayor Martinez,
Here.
and for the record, Councilmember Robinson is absent. Our next item on the agenda is Statement of Conflict of Interest. Are there any? Hearing none. Item J is Agenda Review. We have a request from Councilmember Bonner to remove item N4B. That is comparative analysis of drone shows to traditional fireworks as an alternative to the 3rd of July celebration.
Any other changes? No? Okay. Next item.
Item K is a report from the city attorney of final decisions made during closed session.
Yes, in closed session on the items listed, C1 is a litigation matter, Guillermo Gomez versus Temple. Council gave direction for settlement negotiations. Regarding the city attorney item, C2, that was not discussed. Concerning item, the third item, C3, a liability claim concerning Terminal 1. The council approved entering into a tolling agreement on that matter. Concerning C4, which are labor negotiations with various bargaining units, the item was discussed. There was no reportable action taken.
Our next item is a report from the city manager and also a new employee report.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council. Shasta Curl, Richmond City Manager. KCRT, can you please put up the slide deck? This evening, I'd like to give a brief recap on our wonderful groundbreaking at Borman Park and some upcoming events that we have, as well as an update on weather. And I'll also have Chief Osario join us to provide an update on some things that have transpired recently at Chevron and then also regionally. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So just want to thank council members, Mayor Martinez, Councilmember Jimenez, and Councilmember Robinson for coming out to the Borman Park groundbreaking. Want to thank all of the city staff and community-based organizations that were involved. It's a really exciting time that we're starting the construction at Borman Park. Our groundbreaking was on January the 30th, and the park, for those of you who are not familiar, it's located at South 25th Street and Main. So this is one of many more groundbreaking ceremonies, and really want to thank the residents that have helped drive this project forward. Next slide, and for their ongoing service. Also want to make the City Council aware that we are still actively pursuing many grants. Obviously now we're very much focused at the state level. So we were recently awarded a $600,000 cannabis equity grant, and so I want to thank Kyle and Lizette in Economic Development for their work on that application and the successful award. Next slide. NIAD, one of my favorite organizations here in Richmond. They do really amazing work, and I want to make sure that everyone is aware that they have a visual poetry and words artwork reception on February 8th from 1 to 4 p.m. And for those of you who are not familiar, they're located at 551 23rd Street. It's a great organization, and I encourage you to come out and see all the great artwork that they have in the main gallery. February is Black History Month. The Richmond Neighborhood Coordinating Council Black History Month celebration will take place on Monday, February 10th at 7 p.m. here in the City Council chambers, and we hope that you can all come join us. Next slide. Another hot topic in our community is tobacco regulation. So the City Council approved some changes, and we've been working very actively in an interdepartmental manner, led by our Community Development Department, to focus and improve the regulatory environments for tobacco retailers in our community. Unfortunately, there are far too many of them that do not have permits, and so we want to get input on new tobacco retail regulations to support the health and wellness of our community. So please join us on Tuesday, February 11th, because you don't have a council meeting that day, here at 3:30 in 403 Civic Center Plaza in the Bermuda Room. That's next door in the auditorium, and light refreshments will be provided. Next slide. Clearly, we've had excessive rainfall. And with that, I'll turn it over to Chief Osario.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. Aaron Osorio, Fire Chief, Richmond Fire Department. I just wanted to give an update on, first of all, the excessive rainfall. The Office of Emergency Services and Richard have been monitoring what's going on with the weather. We do expect impacts from the rain to last through Friday, although there will be a slight break tomorrow. The accumulation is still going to be an impact throughout the rest of the week. There is a flood watch in effect until 4 a.m. on Wednesday, and the wind advisory is in effect until 11 p.m. tonight. We have had reports of isolated flooding at different intersections in the city. We've had a number of reports of sanitary sewer overflow incidents that are impacting intersections and streets, but Public Works and Water Resource Recovery have been tracking and handling those as they come up. So we'll continue to monitor, along with Public Works, the situation. I'd like to remind folks of the locations of the sandbags, if you need them, behind the Station 64 on Hartnett and Bayview, at the rear gate, and then also at the courtyard of Public Works. If any residents need any information on the sandbag stations, please call 510-620-6509. There is services for those that are disabled and elderly. They need sandbags and need assistance if they call that number. Next item is going to be the incidents of this weekend. I just kind of wanted to give a brief update on what had been going on. Very busy weekend in the county. I'll start with the incident in Martinez. As everybody knows by now, Martinez Refining Company had an incident early Saturday afternoon. There was an explosion followed by a fire that occurred at MRC. Confire and the Petrochemical Mutual Aid Group, which is comprised of different industrial firefighting brigades, including Chevron Fire Department, responded to assist Confire. They handled the firefighting at the incident. It was a significant incident. It impacted the communities of Martinez, Pacheco, Bay Point, and Clyde. Even impacted parts of Solano County because of the smoke plume. OES and the fire department monitored the weather, monitored the forecast, wanted to make sure there was going to be no impact on the city of Richmond. So we monitored the incident throughout the evening. That fire actually didn't go out for about a day and a half, but the majority of the incident that was wrapped up that night. At 3:47 p.m. on Saturday, we put out an informational nixle through the Office of Emergency Services, just to inform the community that there was no risk to the community. And then we also offered mutual aid and our response to Confire, but they declined the offer. But we still have a strong mutual aid system in the county, so we rely on each other if ever happens. The second incident was at Chevron, or this isn't really one incident, but there was a series of intermittent flaring that went on beginning Saturday about 6:24 and went through Sunday around noontime. Once we got the notification, we made contact with Chevron immediately. They actually contacted us also at the same time to let us know what was going on. They said they were reporting that they were performing a planned startup of a unit and that they had conducted some unexpected flaring. This flaring went intermittently for Both of those days, the level 1 was initiated because the flaring lasted more than 20 minutes, and so that will trigger a level 1 CWS alert. There was no threat at any point due to this specific incident to the community. Richmond Fire, along with OES, monitored the incident. We did decide to send out an informational nixle about the flaring on Sunday morning, just because it had been sustained intermittent flaring, and we knew that there was members of the community contacting that were wondering what was going on. These two incidents really highlight the need to encourage community members to sign up for the different types of notifications. So we're taking this opportunity to remind folks of those platforms. So first and foremost, we want to make sure, if we can go back one slide, I believe, the community warning system. This is the first one you're going to want to make sure you signed up for, cwsalerts.com. If you look at the graphic where the red arrow is pointing, if you click on that large button, it takes you to the registration process. I say this is first and foremost because this is the official alerting system in the county for anything that's a level 2 or level 3, which would be shelter in place, evacuation, lockdowns due to police activity, anything that requires a community member to take action. Next slide, please. On January 22nd, the county rolled out an additional program. This was not previously available to the community. Thanks to the Contra Costa Civil Grand Jury and Councilmember Bonner, who participated in that, there was a desire to be informed when there was flaring, which normally did not trigger a community alert or any notification. So the platform went live on the 15th of January and started accepting enrollment January 22nd. And this is for level 1 notifications anywhere in the county. The easiest way to have this service is to text CC Health to 21423. And now you will get level 1s that happen anywhere in the county. I did it myself, and I got them when the Martinez incident happened. That is the easiest way to get those. I want to make sure you understand those are two different platforms, but they come from the same group. They come from CWS and the county sheriffs and OES. So we encourage everybody to sign up for that service so you can stay informed. Just realize when these alerts come in, these are level 1s and they do not require any community action. They're purely informative. And then lastly, the next slide is I would like to remind everybody of our own messaging system, which is Nixle and Everbridge. That is what's controlled through the Office of Emergency Services and Richard and the fire department. The easiest way to sign up for this one is to text your zip code to 888-777. Or if you log on to the Nixle website, you can fill out an online form, and that, if you include your email and your phone number, you can be notified by all 3 methods depending on the level of emergency. Whatever comes out on CWS that's a level 2 or greater, OES will push out on the city's Nixle platform also. It's meant to be redundant. In the past, we used to have to wait for CWS. We've decided that we are going to push it out as soon as we can, regardless if that comes before or after CWS. But the same information will come out on both platforms when it requires community action. So that's all I had for tonight, unless you had any questions.
Mayor, I would like to thank Chief Osorio and Richmond, the members of the Richmond Fire Department for their work over the weekend. Chief Osorio and staff were in constant communication with me, and I just want to thank them for their work around the clock and always being available to serve our community. And with that, I would...
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for the report, Chief Osorio. And I also wanted to thank you for the firefighters responding very quickly to the May Valley fire. As you are aware, I wanted to put it on the agenda as an urgent item, but I wasn't allowed. So I would appreciate it if you could please brief the council on the incident of the fire by PG&E equipment that happened in May Valley by a branch of a tree that fell, and the status of the investigation. Thank
Chief,
you.
one moment. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
We'd like to go through you as the chair. Would you like?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I don't have my notes with me, but there was an incident off of Meadowbrook Drive, actually backs up to city limits, off of Fleetwood near Murphy Elementary. There's PG&E lines that run parallel behind the homes back there. Through the storm the other night, there was a branch that came down from one of the trees. It made contact across multiple lines in the PG&E lines, completed the circuit and started to arc and set the branch on fire. That branch was stuck in the trees and energized, so our crews responded. We responded within, I believe the response was 4.5 minutes to get there. But due to being energized electrical, we basically had to be prepared to put anything out that might have fallen on the ground, but couldn't actually put out the branch because it was energized. There is no official investigation because we know the cause and we know it was on fire. So we investigate things that we don't know. We investigate for cause and origin. We know what caused it and we know the origin of the fire. But PG&E was called out. It took them, I believe, about 40 minutes to get out to the incident before we could put it out. Inclement weather, there was no fire spread to anything other than the tree, but it definitely highlights the need to make sure PG&E is trimming around their lines. This was a area that was hard to see. It was behind homes in a right-of-way. It's not along the street, so it's very difficult to actually access unless you're PG&E that's coming in from their right-of-way. But it looks like there was no damage to any other property other than inconveniencing the neighbors as far as the power outage. No one was injured, and there was no report in our report of any property damage to the residents that were there.
Yeah, we were
Okay,
lucky
thank
it
you.
was raining. Last question. Do you have any suggestions?
Excuse me, this is not a time for questions.
It's not?
No.
It's a very important. I mean, it took
It's-
APG&E 40 minutes to come to the fire to de-energize it.
This is not the time. It's a report. It's not an agenda item to be discussed.
Okay, I'll talk directly with the chief later on. Thank you.
Thank you.
We would be happy to communicate via email and provide additional updates to the council.
Okay,
And
thank
with
you.
that, if I may.
Can I also add that Chevron has a flaring the same day that the explosion, and what I heard is that their electric system always get compromised, and so I just want to know more about what happened there. Thank you.
Okay, we can certainly follow up, Councilmember Jimenez. And
Okay.
the final thing, Mayor, if I may, we just want to acknowledge the new employees. So can I have Sharon do
Yes,
that real
please.
quickly? Thank you.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, City Council Member Sharon Taylor, Human Resources Director. I'm pleased to present to you the January new employee report. Next slide. Aiden Rodriguez, Maintenance Worker 1 in Public Works. Fatani Tuita, Maintenance Worker 1, Public Works. Michelle Morris, Senior Planner, Community Development. Andy Cho, Senior Civil Engineer, Public Works. Kevin Hoke, Office Specialist, Community Development. Lisa Vela, Workforce Specialist 2, Employment and Training. Shin Shin Ho, Administrative Services Coordinator, and we welcome her back. She's a returning employee, and she's now in Public Works. Alexander White, Park Supervisor, Public Works. Leticia Cortez, Recreation Program Leader, Community Services, Recreation. Marisol Manana, Communications Dispatcher 1, Police. Armand Lee, Lifeguard, Community Services, Recreation. And we have promotions. Francisco Arellano, he is a new Maintenance Worker 2 in Public Works. Marisol Del Rio, Learning Center Coordinator in the Library. Leonard Williams, promoted to Deputy Building Official in Community Development. And that concludes my report. Thank you. Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Our next item is open forum, and this is an opportunity to give Comments on items that remain on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. If there's anyone that would like to address the council under open forum, joining us online, please raise your hand at this time. We ask that you please keep your comments respectful. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council. We have 3 in-person speakers. They are Cordell Handler, Mark Wasberg, and Jamin Purcell. Please come forward. Cordell?
I'm here. So good evening, Mayor Martinez, council. I'm gonna get right to the point. I have a future agenda items to bring forward to you all. So number 1 is to direct staff to work with WCC USD staff on scheduling a joint meeting between the city and the district, because your constituents are very concerned on what's going on with the district. Why about budget cuts? So that should be added to next month's agenda. Also, to direct staff to work with UC Berkeley staff on scheduling a joint meeting, because once again, I participated in a Zoom call with UC Berkeley and the city of Berkeley, and they got opportunities for Berkeley. And I said to myself, Richard needs to provide some more opportunities as well. So that needs to be added to next month's agenda, I'm hoping. And then the third thing is to reinstate the standing committees, because I had to go to the archives, and years ago, we used to have standing committees that would meet monthly. But now we have new council members, and I'm hoping that this will be added to next month's agenda. That's all I have to say.
Mark Wasberg?
The boycott yesterday was a complete failure and a joke. It didn't even put a dent in our economy. It's not going to stop ICE from enforcing the law for deporting illegal immigrants. Right now, Congress is working on a bill to make sanctuary cities illegal, and it's going to pass, and Trump's going to sign it, and you people must be stupid enough after they do it to support your sanctuary policy. I would love to see the police chief and the city leaders in an orange jumpsuit, because they're out there supporting illegal immigrants. Even the chief says, we're here to support the community. We're going to protect the community. Yeah, she's going to protect illegal immigrants from ICE. And once she does that, she's going to be in big trouble. And the mayor was out there protesting. He said, we stand by our illegal immigrants. We stand by our criminals. We won't let ICE get these people. Well, I got news for you. They're going to come in like it or not, stupid. You understand? So you better get on the bandwagon and start supporting our Constitution laws, because you ain't going to have a chance, because the federal government's going to make mincemeat out of you. Right now, some of the Democratic leaders are, sure, bring on ICE. Now they're bending to Trump and the Republican Party. You smile, you wait until they pass that law. You won't be smiling much longer, stupid. That's how dumb you are.
Jamin Purcell?
Well, I had a different take of yesterday, but I will just say that I think it is good I'm glad that I'm not the only voice trying to bring up that there is an issue with making sure that ICE is not going to be going after our citizens, regardless how you think the outcome should be. I'm happy to hear that our chief of police is going to make sure that our citizens are safe, and I'm happy to hear that our city government is in support of people who are undocumented and yet are still part of our community. And so I will just say that we should be very cautious of what is happening on the national level, because there is an idea to federalize police forces. There is already we're seeing an issue with the concentration and theft of data to be utilized against its own citizens. And so I just want to thank the City Council for trying to be very conscientious and being very aware of these issues and trying to do whatever they can to be able to protect the people here in the city of Richmond. As well, I also want to say I really appreciated the presentation for the new employees that got brought on. One, I want to say shout out to Armin Lee. He's a friend of mine, and I'm really happy to see that he got a job as a lifeguard. We need more lifeguards. I hope more people will step forward. The one thing is I would like to see is I would like to know or to be able to get a better sense of how many positions or how many employees we're also losing within the city, and to see what is the number of loss and to just transferring to other cities or county level government. I just am concerned that we're only getting the information of, or it seems like we're only getting the information of who is being brought on, but we're not seeing what is the number till we'll have full staffing so that we can actually make sure that all of our citizens or all of our services are fully supported. And I would just like to be able to have that information, please. Thank you.
And that was our last in-person speaker.
We have 2 online speakers. They are Susan Glendeline and Jesse Turan. Susan, you may begin.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I'm Susan Glendenning, and my comment tonight is to request City Council to direct staff to not approve any new hookups to the Keller Beach sanitary sewer system or any new wastewater stormwater discharges to the KBSS, which is the Keller Beach sanitary sewer system for short. As you know, there is a moratorium of such connections in place right now pursuant to the city's urgency ordinance number 02-23NS, which was adopted April 4th, 2023. However, the ordinance authorizing the moratorium expires on about February 19th, 2025. So the ordinance is because the ordinance is necessary because the KBSS is in a state of disrepair and dilapidation, which, quote, creates an imminent threat to the public health, safety, and welfare, as well as the environment, unquote, which is stated multiple times in the ordinance. Because the condition of the KBSS has not changed since the ordinance was adopted in April 2023, I'm requesting that no new hookups to the KBSS or no new sources of wastewater or stormwater flows be allowed to enter the KBSS. And I'm requesting this regardless of a moratorium being in effect or not. Looking forward to the expiration date that's coming up in just a couple weeks. So again, I'd like you to also extend the moratorium as soon as possible. And I'd like for that a new extension to not include any waivers to new hookups as the existing ordinance allows for. People who already had their plans advanced to a certain stage in planning or permitting were allowed to possibly hook up to the KBSS despite its dilapidated condition and despite the imminent risk. So
Hi, my name's Jessie Turan, and I am a homeless resident of Richmond, California. I also belong to a group called Faith in Action, which is a political action committee. And we were talking, and I realize that there is a lot of fear, righteously so, among the immigrant community right now. And there's also a lot of fear among the homeless community right now. And that's because the Nazis are coming. They're coming. And I think that's something that we need to face. And I think for the community, from our neighbors, I realize that there are people in our community that you don't like, that you don't feel good about. Homeless people, immigrants, people from, whatever. But the question is, do you not like these people enough to be willing to send us to the concentration camps that Trump is building? And if not, if you maybe you don't like us, maybe you think we're bad or evil, but are you really willing to do that to us? And maybe you need to come up, if not, maybe you should come up with a solution. Maybe you should find a place where we could all be safe. You know, figure out a plan, figure out a way to protect the city's most vulnerable people. Because right now there is no plan, which makes us all very vulnerable, because the people who are coming do not have any mercy in their hearts for us. So please think about what we're going through. Thank you.
That was the last online speaker. And now our next item is the approval of the consent calendar. And that, let me see, I'm sorry.
Mine is N4B.
N4B is excluded from this vote, and that is comparative analysis of drone shows.
So we need a motion to approve.
I make a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Brown and seconded by Vice Mayor Cepeda. May we have a roll call?
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Bana,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson,
Yes.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Cepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Robinson absent. Our next item is under budget session, item 01. And that is to receive a report on the city's annual comprehensive financial report for fiscal year ended June 30th of 2024. Anyone that would like to address the council joining us online, please raise your hand at this time. We have one in-person speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez, members of the council. I'm Andrea Miller, Director of Finance, and this evening we're presenting our annual audit results. We have with us this evening Ahmed Badawi, who's the partner with Badawi & Associates, certified public accountants, who'll present the results of our annual audit and as of fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024. And he'll touch on some of the financial highlights from our financial statements, which are included in our annual comprehensive financial report, often referred to by its acronym, the ACFR. Just briefly, the annual comprehensive financial report, it contains the City of Richmond's basic financial statements, the auditor's report, and important supplemental information, which is intended to give the reader a comprehensive view of the city's financial position and activities for the fiscal year then ended June 30th, 2024. With that, I will turn it over to Mr. Badawi.
Good evening, and I'm not sure if my presentation is on the screen. Oh, there we go. Good evening. Thank you for inviting me to your meeting. My name is Ahmed Badawi, and I was the partner on the audit of the City of Richmond, and today I'll present to you the result of the fiscal year 2024 audit. The agenda today, just give you a brief overview about our firm and the engagement team assigned to the city, what were the deliverables and the scope of our audit, the audit methodology, just a very brief overview of our methodology, areas of primary audit risk that we considered, the type of audit report we issued, and just a very brief summary of the numbers in the annual comprehensive financial report, provide you some of the required communications as your independent auditor, brief overview of the new accounting standards, and of course, at any time, feel free to interrupt me if you have any questions. For a brief overview of our firm and the engagement team, this is just a summary of our firm by the numbers. We have about 25 years of experience. We are a very specialized firm, specializing in municipal government. So we have about 65 municipal clients. We audit about 44 cities. We have about 30 employees. And so far, luckily, we have 0 lawsuits and any disciplinary actions against the firm. As far as our engagement team, This was the composition of our engagement team. I was the engagement partner. We always have a quality control reviewer. This person is in the background reviewing our work, making sure that we adhere to professional standards. We had an audit manager, an IT specialist, an audit senior, and 3 professional staff assigned to the audit. In terms of our deliverables and the scope of our audit, we were mainly engaged to provide a report on the annual comprehensive financial report, to provide a report on the single audit, which is the audit of the federal grants, including a report on internal control and on compliance, a report on the Joint Powers Financing Authority financial statements, on the Housing Authority financial statements, the SCO reports, that's the State Controller's Office reports. We do online submission for the city, the sewer district, the Joint Power Financing Authority, and 2 of the pension plans, the non-CalPERS pension plans. We perform an agreed-upon procedures on the appropriation limit, also referred to as the GAN limit. And then finally, the communication with the governing body, which is a letter normally addressed to the council, and also what I'm doing tonight. Just a brief overview of our audit methodology. Just one slide here to let you know that this is a process that is conducted throughout the year. It starts early in the fiscal year with our planning phase. It normally involves just gathering information about any new transactions, new documents, new debt issuance, and just really assign the different audit areas to the different personnel and basically just get ready for the audit. The interim phase is a time when we visit the city and we conduct extensive interviews with city staff and update our understanding of the different processes and controls that are in place and perform risk assessment. The year-end phase is the phase we come in and verify the account balances, make sure that the city have evidence to support all the account balances. And then finally, the reporting phase involves drafting the annual comprehensive financial report and other necessary reports, and basically go through the process of finalizing those reports. As far as areas of primary audit risk, so before I go through those, I just want to say that there are no audits that have no risk. Risk does not mean a finding. It just means that it's a risk, something that is inherently there, and we have to plan our audit to address that or at least minimize it to an acceptable level. The first area of risk is the risk of management override of control. And we perform a variety of procedures to mitigate that risk. Obviously, management is always the one responsible for establishing internal control, for putting them in place, for monitoring them, and they're oftentimes in a position to override them. So we make sure that we assign experienced people to more complex areas of the audit, that we incorporate an element of unpredictability in our audit process, that we look at the accounting principle and see how they're consistently applied. We examine journal entries prepared by management. We review accounting estimates prepared by management. We evaluate business rationale for any unusual transactions. And then finally, we also evaluate appropriateness of fraud inquiries. Another risk area is the risk of improper revenue recognition. We rely heavily on confirmations with third parties. So we send confirmations to the county, confirming property taxes and other revenues submitted to the city. We confirm with the state regarding sales tax. We confirm with some other agencies and granting agencies, and so on. Also, on the proprietary funds, we perform substantive analytic procedures, and we do testing of material operating revenues to make sure that revenues are properly stated. And then finally, estimates. We review any significant estimates prepared by management, and just wanted to provide you a summary of what those estimates are. Fair value of investments, useful life of capital assets, the assumptions in the actuaries for pension and OPEB, and also estimating the city's claims liabilities.
Excuse me, before we go on to the next section, a council member needed some definitions so that she could understand what was being covered. So go ahead.
I appreciate that. So previous slide, the management risk of management override of controls. What does that mean?
Meaning that if, let's say, for example, an invoice requires a department head approval before it gets processed. Management can be in a position sometimes to override that and process the invoice without the department head approval. There is always somebody in the organization that can override procedures, that have the ability to do so, or maybe in a position to give themselves ability to do so. We're not saying that this is occurring or has occurred. It's just something that it inherently is there as a risk. So we just make sure that when management prepares journal entries, that we test them, that we make sure that they were properly approved, that they have the proper support, and so on. We have not become aware of any incident where management overridden control, but nonetheless, it is still a risk that exists.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you. Right. So the next part of my presentation is focusing on the audit report that we issued and just a brief summary of the numbers in the financial statements. So for our auditor's report, it basically states the auditing standards that we followed, and we followed the generally accepted auditing standards and also government auditing standards. Our report have two different types of opinions. So I'm going to start first by the unmodified opinion. And unmodified opinion means that we believe that the financials are fairly stated in all material respects, that all estimates are reasonable, that all disclosures are properly reflected, and that all accounting policies have been consistently applied. So that applies to all parts of the financial statements that we have issued an unmodified opinion on. There are some parts of the financial statements that we disclaimed our opinion, meaning like we did not provide an opinion. And those will be the business type activities, the aggregate discretely presented component unit, which is made out of RHA Properties, RHA Housing Corporation, RHA RAD LLC, and the Richmond Housing Authority. So for all of those, we have disclaimed the opinion. The next slide, I'm going to talk a little bit about RHA, but obviously, as of June 30, 2024, when we were conducting the city audit, the records of RHA as of June 30, 2024 was just not available or ready to be audited. So that's been the case for the last number of years. On my next slide, I'll just give you a brief overview of where we at with RHA. So for a number of years, our firm started with the city in fiscal year 2020. And until recently, we were really awaiting on the predecessor auditors to complete their 2019 audit. I believe it was completed in the last calendar year. And we have started the 2020 audit for RHA. It is definitely not an easy process. There are a number of balances that were brought forward from prior years, from older systems that are not supported, and the city is going through the process of really writing those off, and also working on the bank reconciliation, and there are some outstanding items that cannot be supported, so the city is working on writing those off as well. We are currently having a weekly status meeting with the city to update the progress of the RHA audit. We're anticipating still to disclaim the opinion on 2020, just due to all the write-offs that are for unsupported balances. But we're hoping with all this write-off and cleanup that will establish the basis for 2021, that we're starting the year at least with supported numbers, and possibly in 2021 we can provide an opinion on RHA. But for 2020, the expectation is that it would be a disclaimer of opinion. If everything goes as planned and we don't run into additional issues, the expectation or the hope is to finalize the RHA audit by the end of the month. Obviously, it is a fluid process. I definitely informed the city that we're not committing to a specific date because we can't control what's happening with the numbers, but if we've been talking on a regular basis, and if everything that we agreed on is done, I think we should be able to wrap this up by the end of the month. And then I just wanted to give you kind of a timeline that's really a timeline that is proposed by the city, and I think it is reasonable for the remaining audits to be, regarding audit shade to be caught up with the city. So we don't expect to be caught up with the city until probably October 2026. So there are a number of years of audits that has to be done in order to get to that point. So this just gives you an idea about where we're at now and what our timeline looks like for audit shade audit. The next few slides is just a summary, 30,000-foot view of the numbers in the city's financial statements. On this slide is a summary of the city's assets over the last 3 years. I don't see any significant fluctuations. Again, cash and investments and capital assets continue to be the two largest assets for the city, which is consistent with almost every city we audit. On the following slide is the city liabilities over the last 3 years. Again, no major fluctuation. Numbers are fairly consistent over the last 3 years. City's net position, again, numbers are consistent. I always like to highlight that the city's net position is simply city's assets minus city's liabilities. And then it is broken down into 3 categories. The first one, which is the largest category, is not really in a spendable form, and it is unlikely to ever become in a spendable form. This is how much money the city invested in streets and roads and buildings and infrastructure. So that is not an amount that will ever become available for spending for the city. And then the restricted amounts are the amounts that have legal restrictions. Those can be unspent bond proceeds or grant proceeds or gas tax or so on. And then finally, the unrestricted amounts, which is a deficit, $360 million. Obviously, the main reason for this deficit is the unfunded pension liability and unfunded OPEB liabilities. This is really taking all city assets minus all city liabilities, and some of those are very long-term in nature. Another ratio that we normally like to look at is what we call the net cost of service to tax revenues. So the net cost of service is the cost of running city departments.
Next slide.
Yeah, the slides don't match.
I'm sorry.
KCRT, no, there we go.
It'd be nice if you refer to the slide number.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. So I'm currently on slide number 21. Would you like me to go back and touch on any slides? Okay. So I'm currently on slide number 21. And this is comparing what we call the net cost of service to tax revenues. The net cost of service is the cost of running city departments minus any revenues that those departments bring in on their own, whether it's fee for users or grants or anything of that nature. The idea is to see whether tax revenues are sufficient to cover the deficit in the net cost of service. City tax revenues have been consistently higher than the net cost of service. Obviously, in 2024, you see a big increase in the net cost of service. There are a variety of reasons for that. Big increase are due to pension cost, pension expense, and OPEB expense. Also, increase in city have increased number of employees, and that has led to increase in cost. Also, I believe there were some decrease in grant funding. But those are just the big items that contributed to that. Tax revenues remain higher than the net cost of service, so that's always a good sign. If we were to just focus on the general fund, this is a breakdown of the general fund balance that has no legal restriction, and we compare that to annual expenditures to see how long can the city continue to pay bills just using your fund balance. If you see in 2024, the city had a total unrestricted fund balance of about $75 million. Annual expenditures are about $198 million, and that's about 5 months' worth of expenditures. So it's fairly consistent over the last 3 years. No major changes. 5 months is a reasonable fund balance. It's not the highest we see for sure, but it's also not the lowest. So it's a reasonable fund balance. The next couple of slides are just focusing on the pension liability and the OPEB liability. So this slide here is all city pension plans combined. If you look at the middle line, this is those are the city's numbers over the last 3 years. Accounting standards require us to disclose that that those liabilities are very sensitive to what we call the discount rate. So we just wanted to demonstrate to you if that discount rate is increased or decreased by 1%, the impact on the pension liability, how it will look like. So if I would just look at the 2024 column, currently the city's pension liability is $371 million. That's using a discount rate of 6.9%. If that discount rate is increased to 7.9%, then your liability goes down to $238 million. But if that discount rate is decreased to 5.9%, then your liability goes up to $533 million. So big fluctuations by just 1% change in the discount rate. Similar to that is the other post-employment benefits, which are the retiree medical benefits. But the number is obviously significantly smaller. Currently, the city's liability is about $63 million. Right? The last part of my presentation is what we call the required communications. And on this slide here, I'm going to just highlight to you the responsibility of the audit firm versus city's management. So we are mainly responsible to provide an opinion on whether we believe the city's financial statements are fairly stated or not. We're also responsible to evaluate internal control over financial reporting, evaluate compliance with laws and regulations, ensure the financial statements are clear and transparent, and then communicate with the governing body. Management have responsibilities in this process as well. So management is responsible to take responsibility for the financial statements. So our audit does not relieve management from its responsibility. Establish and maintain internal control over financial reporting, making all financial records available to us. Establish internal control that will prevent and detect fraud. Inform us of all known and suspected fraud. Comply with laws and regulations, and take corrective action on audit findings. As far as independence, it is solely our responsibility to maintain our independence. We adhere to California Board of Accountancy and the AICPA standards. Other than assisting the city in compiling the annual comprehensive financial report, we don't believe that we performed any service that will impair our independence. Assisting the city in compiling the financial statements is a service that does impair independence if no safeguards are put in place. So the safeguards that we put in place is that we have an independent reviewer who's not involved in the audit, who reviews those financial statements prior to issuance to ensure that we remain independent. As far as timing of the audit, we believe that it was performed within a time frame communicated to the city. I actually cannot recall when we issued, but it was December 31st, or
December 31st, it was January 2nd.
So we missed it by just 2 days, but it's definitely getting closer and closer every year. As far as significant accounting policies, this year there was one new accounting standards that the city complied with, and that was really mostly on the financial statements, so it was not a significant change to the city's accounting. Pleased to say that we encountered no difficulties during our audit. There were some adjustments and reclassifying entries, and management has posted all those adjustments. As far as deficiencies in internal control, we have a significant deficiency from prior years, and that's delay in the personnel action form submission and approval. So this is not a new deficiency, and we think it's getting better. But we're still seeing some transactions. Basically, what happens is that sometimes there can be delay in the personnel action form being submitted to payroll, which may lead to payroll being processed to someone who was not supposed to get paid, and then the city trying to collect the money from those employees. I believe currently there is about 139,000 owed from the employees. This is lower than in prior years, but we still saw a couple of transactions where this still occurred during the fiscal year. Not a big number, but it still occurred nonetheless in the fiscal year that we were auditing. Just finally, on this slide is a summary of the new accounting standards that are coming the city's way by the year of implementation. We normally have in-depth discussions with management throughout the year about those standards and their impact on the city. We also host an annual seminar where we discuss those standards in more detail. I'm happy to answer any questions on those standards or anywhere in my presentation. But thank you for allowing us the opportunity, and happy to answer your questions.
And thank you for your presentation.
May I add just two things real briefly? For the new council members, I just wanted to make sure that they're aware that we've been going through a process with HUD to reposition our housing authority. And as a result of that, we wrote down $15 million initially. And we've been working to reposition those assets. And so we've been increasing our affordable housing supply as a result of the City Council and the RHA Board's continued investment. That did include us transferring the Section 8 program to the county. And then it also has required, and really want to thank the staff that have been involved, in particular Rita in our finance department, that's really helped get caught up on, to a large extent, the RHA financials and with IRS matters. And so we do acknowledge that we're on a path of continuous improvement, but it has been a quantum leap forward in terms of what we initially inherited. So I just wanted to state that for the administrative record, and to also thank staff for all of their great work in making sure that we have a strong act for this year. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that comment. Councilmember Jimenez?
Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation. It's great to see that we are doing much better, right? Like, this is a good news. I had some few questions. One is about our budget performance compared to what you expected revenues. Like, the revenues came slightly higher than expected, I think like $4.6 million. And the expenditure came in much lower, like 24 something. So in total, the budget performed around 27 million better than expected. So this is good, but like I would like also to and then what we see is that we have an excess fund of $13 million based on our policy, that we have a policy to have 21% in reserves, and now is, according to this, is 26.2 in reserves. My question is, I would like to know why the expenditures are that much lower, and line by line, where these savings or where these not expenditures are coming from.
I'm assuming that's not a question for me, right?
No, it's a question for staff because they know.
Yes, that is a question that we can be prepared to respond to with at our mid-year report that's coming before you, either on the 18th or the 4th. So we can be prepared to provide updates on our budget to actual.
Yeah. I would I think like I am supposing most of this is coming from staff, right, of the vacancies.
There's budgeted vacancies, which drives a large part of the year-end surplus.
Okay. So one of the things that I would like is that like we always are being told that like the excess funds or surplus is one-time money. But I will argue that if it's coming year plus year from vacancy savings, that is an ongoing fund, like ongoing funds, ongoing money. Is that could be an argument?
Andrea, can you let Badawi answer that? Badawi, do you want to answer that?
Excuse me, before we go on, is staff going to do a presentation on the budget, or is this simply a presentation by the auditors?
That's a great question. I'm sorry.
So this, purposes of this discussion this evening, Mayor, is just for the ACFR, and then the next step in our process will be that we will come to council with mid-year. And so right now, as I've mentioned to many of you in passing, we have a great deal of fluctuation happening at the federal level. So we may, instead of doing that in February, we may want to wait and do that in March, so that way we have a better understanding of how and if we're going to continue to have any difficulty drawing down funds. But the purposes of this conversation this evening is for the ACFR, the audited financial.
Okay, I was just curious, because the presentation was actually pretty general, and now we're getting to questions that are more specific.
And these are specific because it's in the AFR.
Right.
In the page 175 is what I am talking about. So another thing is ARPA funds, it's page 36. I see that there is a balance of like, let me see, of $3.4 million in excess money left in ARPA funds. And I wonder if this money has been already allocated or not.
The city has met the requirements of the federal government to obligate all of the ARPA funds by December 31st of 2024. So all of the funds are obligated, and we have until December 31st of 2026 to spend those funds.
So
Excuse
that
me?
means it's
I'm sorry, you said it's page 36?
yeah, for the ARPA fund, it's page 36. So you look at the page, like, yeah.
Yeah, it's page 36.
Yeah, so like is the third column there on the bottom where it says. So anyway, so
Thank you.
so what I wanted to say is that, like, because it says there in that part that they are like this money, is that money allocated?
I want to be clear that the definition of allocated for the purpose of the U.S. Treasury and ARPA funding is to be obligated in contract with or encumbered by December 31st, 2024. The answer is yes. We have obligated all of the funds by December 31st, 2024.
So, and I just wonder, like, I think, like, for me, it's like, I just want to make sure that we spend that money.
Spent does not equal obligated. They're
Okay,
two
so
different
spend
things.
it.
No, it's not spent. It's
When
obligated.
are we planning to spend it?
You have until December 31st, 2026, 2 years later, to spend the money.
Okay, so, and I am going to say that because I am a little worried with this new administration, that if we don't spend that money as soon as we can, then Trump administration will hold it, and then we don't have that money, and it's $3.4 million. So I just wondering what is the plan to, like, know, like, I know that the requirement is to spend it in 2006, is okay, but we are in this situation where we had this administration that actually is cutting back. So I just wondering what is the plan for the city to actually grab that money as soon as possible so we don't end up with less money because they grab that money back.
Council, if I may, Mayor?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez, we share your concerns. At this juncture, all of the ARPA funds that the city has been entitled to have been drawn down. What we're working with right now, primarily the large expenditures are related to the parks. And so Public Works is finalizing those plans to get those projects bid and then get those construction contracts awarded. That's where the most of the funds are. And we would be happy to provide a more comprehensive update on those projects as part of mid-year. But I do want, we share your concerns, and at least on this one, we have the cash.
Okay, yeah, so thank you. We all are concerned, and you made that point early this night. So other questions, and I don't know if for the auditor or the staff, but thank you for being here. Pension liability, like unfunded liability. What is the exact amount that we pay towards unfunded liability in pensions and the OPEX, and which funds are these payments coming from?
I'm sorry, can you restate the question, please?
So what is the exact amount, or what was the exact amount we paid toward unfunded liabilities last fiscal year? And where these funds are coming from?
I know I provided a detailed response to the council, mayor and the council yesterday with the breakdown, the funding
Yeah.
breakdown. The primary funding source is general fund, but there are other funds. I don't have that detail that I provided to the mayor and the council.
Yeah, no, I
yesterday.
am asking the question that I already asked you, so you don't be here just kind of like.
I apologize, I don't have the details of that with me.
Well, like for me, it's just like important for the public to know how much money actually we are paying, because we are just providing these big numbers, and each like and what ideas we have to really decrease that number. I know that this is not a problem that only the city of Richmond have, right? There is so many other cities that had the same same problem of the unfunded liability. So I just wondering how much, like for the public to know how much money we pay.
Understood. Thank you, City Manager Curl, for providing your laptop.
Thank
you. For fiscal year ending 2024, a total of $26,488,640 was spent for unfunded actuarial liability. $24,219,517 of that was general fund, and $2,269,123 was non-general funds.
Thank you so much.
91% is from general fund.
Wow. Thank you so much. And my last question, to give other city council members time. You mentioned in the audit these deficiencies in internal control over financial reporting. What are we doing to improve these deficiencies? And what can we do to improve these deficiencies?
I believe the city have made some changes to have, I believe, payroll get notified when a personnel action form is created. I think the concern is that if the department is late in initiating the personnel action form, I think this is what creates the issue. I mean, obviously, during the time we were performing the audit, this issue still existed. So we would be looking in 2025 to see what procedures the city have put in place. We understand that there is automatic notification, so maybe just making sure that the departments consistently are creating the PF on time. I think that would be what we're looking for.
Thank you so much, and just wanted to say thank you so much. I really appreciate to have this discussion and to see that the finances are getting better. Having 13 million in excess funds to decide what we are going to do is really key. But I also interested in seeing why we are having these big excess funds, to see like if it's coming from vacancies, how we are going to do to really do the recruitment, because services are provided by the staff, and the quality of services are also how many staff we can have to do that work. I always say the library doesn't open by itself, it needs librarians. So thank you so much.
Anyone else? Councilmember Bonner.
Thank you for the presentation. However, I'm not clear, if you could explain without referring to slides in simple words, as an auditor, what flaws you see with the city and what the solution is. I know you responded to questions and presented, but I would appreciate if you could reiterate.
Right, so I just want to make sure that, to clarify, that my role is really focused on the record keeping and the financial statements of the city. Over the last number of years, we really did not have many issues with the record keeping of the city, and we continue to feel the same way, that the city's records are in good condition. We have issued a clean opinion or an unmodified opinion. It's basically a clean opinion in simple terms on most of the city's records and finances. The only part, as I mentioned earlier, that we did not or we were not able to provide an opinion on relates to RHA. And this is for different reasons, not necessarily that the city's finance is not maintaining the records. We mentioned that we had a deficiency in internal control that I just discussed about the personnel action forms not being prepared timely.
I'm sorry, I have difficulty hearing you. If you could get the mic closer to you or say it again.
We had one deficiency in internal control relating to personnel action forms. So personnel action forms is the form that the city uses anytime there's a status change in an employee, whether it's a pay rate, termination, new hire, step increase. So sometimes those personnel action forms are delayed. So what happens is that when the personnel action form is delayed, then a terminated employee may not be taking off payroll timely, and therefore the city may still process payroll for that employee, even though that employee was terminated. This has occurred in the past, and the city has determined that it had overpaid employees about $139,000 over the years, and is in the process of recuperating those funds. So this is the only internal control observation we had. As we have gone through our audit, we found maybe some errors or things that were not recorded correctly. We proposed adjusting entries for those. The city has agreed to those adjustments and recorded them. But overall, I would say that the record keeping of the city is in good condition.
So
if I may,
Sure.
Mayor. So Councilmember Vana, what I think is really important to take away from the presentation is that overall, the city's financial controls are strong, and we have adequate reserves. And the issue that we need to improve upon is with these personnel action forms, which cumulatively, if that is like the primary thing that has come up. In the scale of things for a city of our size and magnitude and everything that we're balancing, that means we're doing really good, because the area that we need to focus on is something that we can address. And what we've done to do so is we've increased the staffing in our payroll team, and we've increased the positions, and we've increased the compensation and made different roles there, so it's more robust. I think at one point, there were only, there was like 1.5, 2 people working in that function, and so we've really staffed up that group. And overall, what, at least from my perspective as a city manager, when I'm looking at the audited financials, and if you read the letter that's right at the beginning on Roman numeral 5, I think this it's very important if you read through this letter, it indicates the things that the city is doing well. So I also contribute that to the city council and the working relationship between the city council and the staff, that we have a positive working relationship and that we're doing well financially.
Thank you. So if I understand correctly, this audit is only the legality, control, and record keeping, right? So you didn't look at the financial health of the city, or did you?
So we will only we only look for a very short period of time after the financial statements, about 12 months, and really just focusing on current resources. If we, I don't know, if maybe a few years ago we had some observations about the general fund health and low fund balance in the general fund. I believe in year 2020 and 2021 that was the case. As we saw the city's financial condition improve and the fund balance of the general fund improved, we have removed that comment. So our analysis is definitely not looking at the financial health of the city 5 years from now, it is really very short term. Can you pay your bills in the next 12 months or not? So it's a very narrow assessment. We're
you.
focused more on the history and whether the city have recorded all transactions accurately in accordance with the accounting standards that are in place. That's really our main focus. That's what those financial statements communicate, what happened during that fiscal year and how it was reported.
And if I may, I may have misheard you, but I just want to clarify that this is a financial audit of the city's financial position as of June 30th, 2024. As part of that annual financial audit, the auditors, they also evaluate our internal controls and other processes.
And if I may qualify one additional thing you mentioned, that you said the legality. We're not lawyers, so there are definitely transactions that we would not be in a position to
I
determine.
meant the control.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councilmember Wilson.
Good job. Good job. Just two very picky details. On page 11, I believe, of the audit, it says there's a little description of Richmond, I think, where it says that our city council is elected at large, but we're elected by districts now, I think, since 2020. So just a little correction there. And another thing I noticed, I think the slideshow that is currently shared on eScribe is not the same as the slideshow. I think you added a couple new slides tonight, which I actually enjoyed because you answered some of my questions about RHA. But if you can just work to staff to make sure for the record we have the most recent slideshow uploaded to the website. So if I go back again, it'll be there. And and I thank City Manager Curl for answering most of my other question, which was, or anticipating the question about Richmond Housing Authority. And if I can kind of paraphrase what I understood you to say, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that that was a responsibility that is new that the city has taken on. Maybe it was an external entity in the past, and now the city has taken it on, and we now have responsibility for the auditing of it as well? Or can you just say a little more for the history, about the history?
Sure. So when I became city manager, we were in the process of what we call as repositioning the housing authority because it was designated as troubled by the housing authority. And so we have been working to essentially, HUD gave us a checklist of things that we need to do a better job. And so we've been working through that checklist with HUD over the last several years. And one of the primary issues, in addition to needing to improve service and improve habitability, is also to improve the housing authority's finances. And so what we do now on an annual basis is, as part of the budget process, we ask the city council to consider a subsidy for the housing authority to enable it to operate at a higher level. Prior to me becoming the city manager, that wasn't the practice. So essentially, it would accumulate a negative fund balance. And then there were also lots of things that were in dispute between the city and HUD regarding expenditures. And so ultimately, the city council wrote down the nearly $15 million. And in addition to that, on an annual basis, we asked the city council to provide a subsidy because unfortunately, the housing authority doesn't receive a large enough disbursement from HUD to operate the housing authority. And so in terms of the value, it's enabling us to continue to increase the supply of affordable housing and then operate it at a higher level. But that does necessitate a subsidy from the city council. So we appreciate that the council has been amenable to that.
Okay. So the Richmond Housing Authority still remains as a separate organization from the city of Richmond, but
right. And so so that's a separate entity. And what's been helpful is now that we had a previous auditor. And so those records, so we've closed things out with that auditor, and now Badawi is will be handling those audits moving forward, and the staff person that's assigned to that is Rita, who's here, who can wave in the background. So she's the housing authority czar for the audits and for the finances, but it's been a long road. And so, as you saw from this, in the previous meetings, the council has asked us to provide a schedule for when the audits will be completed, and so that's why that was included in the presentation.
Right, so I saw that and I appreciated that was one of the new slides, is now I can see there's a plan to have the audits done by 2026, which seems great. And just between now and then, are there any sort of negative consequences either for the RHA or for the city of being sort of out of compliance, I assume? Is there anything we need to worry about between now and then?
We're in close communication with HUD on a regular basis. We have bi-weekly meetings with HUD, and so they're aware, and we have an agreement in place with them. So we're working in close consultation with HUD.
Great, all right, thank you.
Yeah,
That's all.
I think if anything, we're concerned, so HUD has provided us a technical assistance provider that helps work with staff to navigate essentially through HUD and through the processes to what's called disposition the property. So we rehab them and we get another partner, and then they're able to get higher rents. So sometimes when there's transitions at the federal level, our technical assistance can be slowed down. And so if that does occur and it's for an extended period of time, what we may do is come back to the RHA board and city council and ask for an additional appropriation. So then that way we can work with that technical assistance provider directly. But that at this juncture, that's the only thing that I can anticipate. And if anything changes, we try to be very transparent and let the city council and RHA board know if things are changing. Because it's a dynamic situation, but for the most part, I think it's significantly improved, and Hacienda and now Nevin under construction, is you can see that positive momentum is happening by the changes to the structures.
All right, Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, last question. You brought the negative fund balance, and I just think because I had been always asking about that. So in the audit, did you find any significant red flags in the funds that has negative fund balance, and which funds have negative fund balance, and how we are going to cure these negative funds?
I don't recall which funds exactly have negative fund balance.
I think like the engineering grant, 10 something, but I don't recall exactly, but they had been over a period of years. So the one that I remember the most until last year was the engineering grants, and it was because we needed to get some money back from the federal level. We were not doing that well, and I know that city manager has been working really hard, and public works director has been working really hard on that. But any significant changes, anything that we need to be worried about, and also in the negative fund balance, if there is some, and that part is kind of like maybe a question for the staff, is like, what is the plan to really not have this negative fund balance?
Again, I mean, I don't recall which funds have negative fund balance. I'm sure there are some that do have negative fund balance, but I can tell you that none of the major ones have negative fund balances, and it was not a concern or an issue for us during the audit. Sometimes fund balances are created by timing and billing and collection, and so it's not unheard of to have negative fund balance. Normally, we get concerned when there are large negative fund balances with no receivables that will eventually close that deficit, or this is when we get concerned.
And if I may just add on to that is engineering grants in particular, and the fund engineering grants and outside funded services are two in particular that have historically had negative fund balances, and that is, and Mr. Badawi has already touched on it, due to the nature of them, they are a reimbursable type program, and engineering staff has done a significant job in requesting drawdowns, and we've received several reimbursements recently, so there's been a lot of progress.
Can you provide the negative fund balance right now of these two that you have?
I don't have it right now in front of me.
Can you send it to me, or send it to the city council?
We can certainly get that for you.
And then if there is a kind of like a deadline or a plan for reimbursement.
We can certainly provide that to you, and
Yeah,
it's
thank
also
you.
included for the record in our monthly investment report. All of the fund
Awesome.
balances are included as well.
Thank you.
Councilmember, Mayor, if I may, Daniel knows that's my favorite question for him all the time. And so we do have some exposure with engineering, but in the future months, I think we're also going to need to continue to monitor closely what's happening with our partners that are funded by the federal government for transportation, a lot of our community services programming, as well as our public works programming. Bless you. Vice Mayor. Those are some of the two areas where we have a significant exposure in addition to HUD.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Brown?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, city staff, also for responding to my email and getting back those answers for me. Also, I did want to ask about the business license tax. So, as stated in the report that the business tax revenue fell below expectations, and that was to be expected. I was just wanted to know, was those due to businesses underreporting their earnings, any business closures, compliance-related issues that were unexpected due to the increase in the Measure U tax?
Thank you, Councilmember Brown, and thank you for reviewing the information and providing questions specific to the audit report. As it relates to the Measure U revenue, why there was a decrease showing when you look year over year is because there was a transition period where businesses were previously reporting on a fiscal year, and then it transitioned to a calendar year. So when you look at the actuals year over year, it does show slightly less in fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024, but in terms of where it is budget to actual, it was right on par.
Okay, thank you. Also, going through the report as well, I saw so many amazing grants and loans and things like that, and I just want to know, what are we doing to advertise these opportunities to make sure that we're maximizing our reach to the public?
Yes, thank you. I've reached out to our amazing Community Services Director, Lena Velasquez, and Community Development Director, and some of the feedback that on the programs that are available. They do market and advertise the rental assistance funds. They're through social media. Also, the city manager highlights various programs available in the city manager's weekly reports. There's funding available through the rent program and the housing division, utilizing the city's website and promotion by housing service organizations such as the CHDC, Spark Point, RCF Connects, and Richmond Neighborhood Housing Services. So there's, again, information is also shared with Richmond Neighborhood Coordinating Council. So.
Okay, thank you so much. And just lastly, I know that we talked about the pension liability and that it increased to over $8 million, and we've allocated a significant amount towards that. But I'm just wondering, do we have any plans to have any additional or aggressive strategies that could that we could put in place to, reduce some of the long-term harm? Because I only see it growing.
Yes, so it does fluctuate year to year. We do have an actuarial analysis that's done, which builds in certain assumptions, and Mr. Badawi did touch on this with the discount rate, if it increases or decreases by 1 percentage point, the impacts that will have financially. The council has approved a policy that at the end of the fiscal year, from those unspent surplus funds, Councilmember Jimenez was referring to it, that 10% is allocated to our pension funding plan as well as to our OPEB funding plan. So we do have those types of programs in place to help offset some of that cost.
And also, if I may, Councilmember Brown, the other thing that Richmond has that a lot of other cities don't have is we have the 1% pension override on the property tax bill. So that means that a lot of the city's pension obligation is actually paid through that property tax bill statement versus it all just coming out of the general fund revenue. So we're very fortunate that we're in that position. And so that enables us to have more confidence in our ability to have that those payments be made in the long term to support our CalPERS payments.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Anyone else? Could you talk a little bit about the Civic Center Debt Service Fund. The Civic Center Debt Service Fund. That's on page 231.
Okay, so the Civic Center Debt Service Fund is established to pay the debt service on
Yes.
current Civic Center Plaza. This page 231 provides the budget to actual. There are revenues that comes in for charges for services, which are the allocations to the various departments that occupy this space, and the debt service principal and interest. And so you'll see for fiscal year ending June 30th, 2024, the debt service expenditures were about just under $7.8 million. And with the transfers in from the other funds, that leaves a net change in fund balance of $376,000. Did you have more specific about the purpose or the balances remaining?
Okay, so we're paying it down, but
Paying it down, we're making our payments on the annual debt service payment.
chipping away at it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you for the presentation. Really quick, for the landscaping districts, that's my specialty, can we ask to separate them in the dollars? It's all bundled into one. And we have two distinct landscaping districts with different tax, different everything. It would be great to see them separated.
Vice Mayor, can we discuss that with Badawi and come back to the City Council with a recommendation?
Definitely can.
Thank you.
And then does the audit take into consideration, or do we look at making sure that we're collecting every dollar that we need to be collecting?
I wouldn't go that far. I think if we see there would be a lot to expect from the audit. I think the audit would maybe focus on receivables that maybe hasn't been collected in a while and ask questions about why is it not being collected? Is it collectible? Should you maybe calculate an allowance for bad debt relating to some of those? So we would look at collection from an overall perspective, making sure that receivables are within the appropriate time frame, like 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, depending on the nature of the receivable. Anything that is long-term, we would ask questions. Why is it still outstanding? Are there issues in collection? Do you still expect to collect? But we wouldn't necessarily go and make sure that the city ensured that every business paid their license, for example. That would be outside of our scope.
So if I may, that isn't what Badawi would do, but we do have contracted with a firm that is providing that support to Antonio Banuelos and the other members of the finance team that work on revenue. And in addition to to the technical assistance that is auditing businesses, we also have a strategy where if things remain unpaid, then they're written off and turned over to collection. So there are mechanisms in place to make sure that we're trying to maximize the revenue paid to the city.
And does that include just regular, so not business tax, but property tax? Because there's different line items in your property tax.
Right, so the property tax, that comes from the assessor. And Jerry, do you want to swap suites with Antonio real briefly? Thank you so much. For the council members, this is Antonio Banuelos. He's our revenue czar.
Yes, and of course, we work with the county and make sure the assessor and the county collector collect all the property taxes in Richmond. We also work with Avenue to make sure that all the businesses located in Richmond pay the corresponding sales tax rate and it doesn't get allocated to another city. And of course, City Manager mentioned other auditor that we work with for business tax to make sure businesses are paying the correct gross receipts and the corresponding tax there.
Thank you. And again, I brought this up before, so maybe we can take it offline, but it's just it's in regards to a property tax, and there's a line item that some parcels are not getting the same line item, even though these are taxes that were passed a while ago. Not everyone's paying them.
We'd have to look at the corresponding parcels. Currently, the city of Richmond has what's called the teeter plan, so even if somebody does not pay a property tax, the city still gets most of the tax revenue. But that seems like a very specific situation we'd have to look at. Maybe it
we'd be
doesn't fall
happy
within
to
the same tax rate area.
But we can work with you, Vice Mayor Zepeda, on that. If there's specific parcels or APNs that you can provide to us, we can do some additional due diligence and work with the county assessor.
Perfect, thank you. I appreciate it. No more questions, thank you.
All right, if we have no more questions, I want to thank you for the presentation and the information. There's a lot. So we'll be able to send you questions after we have more time to digest all this information.
Excuse me, Mayor, we have speakers for this item.
Okay, go ahead.
Cordell Hindler, and then we have a speaker online.
So, good evening, Mayor Martinez, Council. Thank you to the Finance Department and the consultant for this presentation. So, I had some of the questions, but I think it's already been covered. So, I looked at the written report, and I'm like, this is amazing. So, I don't have no problem with it. So, I will yield my time to the online speaker.
The speaker is Jesse Turan. Jesse, you have 2 minutes to speak. You may begin.
Hi, I'm Jessie Turan, and I am an unhoused resident of Richmond, and I also am a former resident of the homeless encampment on Ryden Road. Now, Richmond in the past has a fairly bad history with HUD and the expenditures for housing. And I recently realized that of the 30 or so people that were supposed to be housed from the Ryden Road encampment when that was dispersed, the few people that were housed, almost everyone's lost their housing and is back on the streets. And it just seems to me that the way the money is being spent on housing really needs to be looked at, because if you put people who are disabled or have no job skills or no work experience, if you just put these people into apartments and then pay for their rent for a year and expect that everything in their life will change, that's not realistic. So almost everyone that was put into housing and had their rent paid for a year, because they can't work for whatever reason, or they can't pay the rent. And so what do you think is going to happen when you put them in apartments that they can't afford? Of course, they're going to go back on the street. And it's just being wasted. And like the Motel 6, I think the Motel 6 plan to house 40 people by converting a motel.
Thank you. Your time has expired. There are no more public speakers.
Then open comment is closed. And once again, I want to thank you for the presentation and for answering all the questions that we had. And if we have more questions, we will certainly send them to you. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. We're doing great. Thank
We
you.
are.
And thank you,
Thumbs up.
staff. Excellent job.
Next item.
Our next item is item N4B, and that is a comparative analysis of drone shows to traditional fireworks as an alternative to the 3rd of July celebration. Is to receive a report regarding the use of alternative technology, including drone lighting technology for the annual 3rd of July celebrations, and accept city staff recommendation to continue with the traditional display of the fireworks show for the 3rd of July celebrations. If anyone is joining us online that would like to address the council on this item, please raise your hand at this time. And this item was removed from consent by Councilmember Sohila Bana.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is LaShonda White, Deputy City Manager for Community Services. Really happy to be here tonight. I also have with me Rajana Maharaj. She is the Deputy Director for Community Services for Recreation. Kimberlyn Carson Thrower is the Recreation Supervisor, and she is one of the staff people that is responsible for putting on our absolutely amazing 3rd of July event. As you can see, we have Chief Asario here with us as well, and Assistant Chief Simmons for PD is on Zoom in case there are questions for PD. All right. KCRT, if you could start the slideshow, please. Thank you so much. So we are once again happy to come here today. Do I have to advance, KCRT? Next slide, thank you. So we are here because there was a request a year ago from Councilmember Bana for us to look at the possibility of having a drone light show on the 3rd of July instead of our traditional fireworks celebration. So staff has done some research, some analysis. We've put forth a lot of information in the staff report that was included in the agenda packet, and we are here to provide some of that information to you and engage in a fruitful conversation about how we should proceed. It is staff's recommendation to continue with traditional fireworks based on the information we received and looked at, conversations we had with Richmond PD and Fire. But of course, it is up to the council to make a decision, and as staff, we will implement whatever direction City Council decides to go in. Next slide, please. Thank you. On February 20th, City Council received a staff report, and we had a discussion from Councilmember Bana. And again, it was to look at the ability to have a drone lighting technology show in lieu of our fireworks. There were some items that were discussed as part of that conversation, and this is the information we're bringing back to City Council tonight. Wanted to look at a cost analysis for a drone show versus a traditional fireworks show. Also wanted to see if there were any potential cost savings for PD or fire if we moved from a fireworks show to drones. Wanted to see if there were going to be any a curtail or reduction in illegal fireworks, either leading up to 3rd of July. As we know, if you live in Richmond, people enjoy their fireworks prior to the 4th and even after the 4th. And so wanted to look into that, and that's why we have PD and Fire. They were able to provide some input to us, talk about environmental and noise pollution impacts, and just overall to see how we wanted to move forward. So these are just a few pictures from our 3rd of July event in 2024. I know many of you come to that event. Amazing turnout. I feel like it grows every single year. We had a lot of people at the marina this year. We have food vendors, so people are able to eat, bring their picnic table, their blankets, and just hang out. We have Zumba. It's lively. We have music. We just have a really good time at the 3rd of July event. I personally love that it's on the 3rd of July and not the 4th, because you get to relax the next day and you're off. And so it's something really different, and I know community really loves it. And regardless if it's a drone show or fireworks, we will still have all the wonderful events the day of. Recreation staff is out there. And I will still have the food vendors and really make it an event and a destination for Richmond residents as well as people all over the county. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Maharaj.
Thank you, LaShonda. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Ranjana Maharaj, Deputy Director for Community Services Recreation. And I will be covering a few slides that we have prepared, and I will be covering the information about logistics, safety, environmental impact, and cost. Logistic-wise, there is a lot to be considered as far as a drone show is concerned. It does require the coordination of several drones that need to kind of work together to display whatever picture they're trying to display up there. This can also be choreographed to music, and both the coordination and the music needs to have specialized software and technical expertise to display that and to play music. And then if we do switch to the drone shows, one of the things that we have to consider is the venue. Earlier today, I was talking to one of the recreation directors, and he told me that you need to determine where you will be shooting the fireworks, the drones from, or displaying the drones from, because you have to have people seated at one end and the display to occur on the other end. Otherwise, some of the lettering could be not legible because the letters are reversed. So there's a lot of coordination to be taken into effect if we are going to switch over to drone shows. We do acknowledge that the safety and the environmental impacts are positive for our community, and so that is a plus for us. However, the one thing that would really impact our display of choosing to switch over to drone shows is the cost. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see how the number of drones that would be required for the show, the timeline of the show. For example, an 8-minute show is the cheapest that you can get that for is $99,000. Whereas if you go up to 200 drone shows or 300 drone shows, the pricing increases. And with that comes with lodging expenses as well as the music synchronization that I talked about earlier, and it could go on. So in other words, you could get a show for 8 minutes for up to almost $200,000, or you could go to a higher level number of drone shows from 300 to 500 for an 11-minute show. That would cost up to $300,000 plus. In comparison, the land show that we do, the traditional fireworks that we do, the cost of that show is $103,000, almost $104,000. And that includes not only the fireworks, but the barge services and the other permits that's required. Next slide, please.
Real quick, Rajna, before we go off this slide, we do want to point out that Pinole, a close by city, did a drone show last year. It did cost them $39,000. That was for 100 drones. So it's, once again, the more drones you have in the sky gives you the ability to have more images, increases the dollar amount. So Pinole did something for $40,000. It was 100 drones. Kind of simple things that you see in the sky, smaller area. I do want to point out that it can be cheaper, but you get what you pay for as well.
Thank you. Next slide, please. This is just a picture of what drone shows look like. I have also watched it on Google, and it's not as bright as our traditional fireworks. The first picture is showing with 200 drones, and the next picture is showing with 300 drones. And as you know, our fireworks is watched by surrounding cities, and a lot of people gathered at the park. And in comparison, if we do the drone shows, we don't know what that would look like. Next slide, please. I'm not sure if Kim is online, if she's available. Kim, this is your turn to speak.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Kimberlyn Carson Thrower, Recreation Supervisor for the Recreation. I'm going to talk a little bit about what the cities and the comparisons that we looked at. There was about 16 cities around, with most recent, if we consider Pinole as well as San Pablo, that would make 18. So that would make 5 areas surrounding Richmond that does drone shows. And then there's another 13 throughout the Bay Area that does traditional fireworks, as well as one city, Rancho Cordova, that does a combination of both. We looked at, Napa, Visalia, Pinole, Richmond, Rancho Cordova, Fresno, Monterey. Most of our shows are similar to those shows that are happening around, and our vendor does some of those showcases throughout the Bay Area. And looking at pricing, as was stated on the previous slide, drone shows can start as low as 10,000 and go as high as 300,000. Laser shows fall in that same arena as far as 5,000 on the low end and 75,000 on the high end. The fireworks are the same. You can have a $10,000 show or a $250,000 show, which Richmond falls right in the middle area around 104,000, which is where we are right now. Next slide, please. So tonight's recommended action, we, after our report regarding the use of alternative technology, including drone or laser technology for the annual 3rd of July celebrations, we are asking you to accept our recommendation to continue with the traditional display of our fireworks show for our July 3rd, and that in the next year coming for 2025, if we want to take this time to survey the community and find out their interest, we'll make whatever changes and recommendation that the council recommends. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberlyn, and I also just want to acknowledge that Chief Osario as well as Assistant Chief Simmons is on in case there are questions or in case either of them want to say anything regarding RPD or RFD's role in fireworks versus drones. They will wait for questions.
Okay, actually, do we have public speakers? I'd like to start with them first, and then we'll go to questions and
We have one online speaker.
go ahead.
The speaker is Julie Freestone. Julie, you will have 2 minutes. You may begin.
Okay, I'm Julie Freestone. I live at 32nd and Garvin. I'm happy to be part of a sanctuary city. I want to thank the staff and Councilmember Bonner for bringing this issue up. I want to be clear about the fact we are not just talking about drones versus traditional fireworks. The traditional fireworks are great. I appreciate the exhaustive research that the staff did on this issue. You know, I hope that all of you understand that, and you recognize my name. I wrote you all, the only person who responded was Councilmember Bonner. I wrote you all an email a week or so ago about standing in my backyard on July 4th and seeing from illegal fireworks, embers rain down. People in all of your districts are crazed about illegal fireworks, and people have lots of ideas for solutions. So I hope you give the same amount of attention to the solutions to illegal fireworks that you did to this, because this is the beginning of a conversation, not the end of it. And I just want to call your attention to paragraph 5 in the staff report. It says, while concluding that drones are not a feasible alternative, the 5-page staff report says, quote, implementing an ordinance may provide law enforcement with the ability to issue fines for the use of illegal fireworks. However, this alone is not a guaranteed solution for curbing their use. Enforcing such regulations would require additional resources, and this part is important. A complementary approach would involve engaging the community through social media and other media outlets to promote a zero tolerance message regarding illegal fireworks. So I know that there's already a contract underway for the wonderful display on July 3rd. You need to start now to have the same plan underway to deal with zero tolerance for illegal fireworks so that people and their pets are not traumatized, that there isn't a horrible fire danger. So I'm begging you to start now and start looking at in the same way that you did at this issue, at all of the other options that people have brought up, community education, all kinds of other stuff. So I'll be back. You're going to hear from me and other people again. And I beg you to keep putting this on the agenda for discussion, because there's a lot more to be discussed here than just whether or not to go on with the fireworks on July 3rd. So thank you for bringing this up, and to the staff for doing such a great study. And thank you, Councilmember Banna.
Thank you. There are no more public speakers.
All right, then public comment is closed, and we are ready for questions, comments from council members. Councilmember Banna.
Thank you. Thank you for a wonderful report, as it was said. So, yeah, fireworks do have noise and pollution, but they're fun, and it's just once a year, so we don't care much about, that pollution of fireworks by the city, and I know they're safe, and our emergency responders are doing a wonderful job. The point is illegal fireworks. The point is to change the culture, and gradually, if we move towards drones, maybe we somehow reduce the use of illegal fireworks. That's the point, the cultural shift. At the same time, I understand that the city cannot disappoint all the people who are coming to the 3rd of July the display and fun and entertainment and everything. So maybe we can start by testing and seeing how it goes, like having the traditional fireworks and then a small drone show, as it was suggested, around $10,000 to $20,000 in the very high fire hazard severity zone east of Richmond in District 4. See how it goes, especially if we piggyback it on City of Pinole. It may be less expensive because that's the area we would like to most discourage illegal fireworks. So my suggestion is, I understand, there's a great, especially if the staff are recommending we should go for fireworks as usual, let's do it. But if the city council approves, let's explore the idea of having a mini drone show with a minimal cost and eastern part of Richmond in very high fire hazard severity zone, see how people receive it, how it is, and especially because we would like to minimize illegal fireworks in that area. It may have some impact. I wonder what you think, if that's something you would be able to explore.
At this juncture, with the current staffing that we have in community services, we don't have capacity to do 2 shows.
Are you going to do the city's not going to do the show, you're just going to hire someone to do the show, right?
To clarify, for the city, as you heard this evening, we have a very comprehensive and robust auditing process. All of our procurement is aimed to follow the city's procurement processes, which takes numerous steps in several departments. For every contract that gets approved, in addition to, if it's over $10,000, it has to be put on the city council agenda. That involves all of the staff that are before you in this meeting tonight, as well as finance. And so at this juncture, we do not have, we have a backlog already of items that the city council has asked us to work on that unfortunately we do not have the current staffing to move forward. So I just want to make sure that the council understands our goal is always to follow the city council's policy direction, but we do not have capacity at this juncture to add another contract related to this matter. And so I just want to make sure everyone is clear that we don't have that capacity at this juncture.
I perfectly understand, but you heard the residents' concern. What are your suggestions for discouraging the public from using illegal fireworks, especially in
that is not my area of expertise.
Excuse me. The item is on drone shows versus fireworks for the 3rd of July. It's not for preventing illegal fireworks. If that's a discussion we want to have, then we need to bring that on as a separate item.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councilmember Wilson.
Thank you for this report. I share the feeling of everyone else that this was incredibly detailed and probably really labor intensive. And I frankly, I'm sad that this much staff time had to go into something that I think is not going to pass today. I'm going to refer to what in your own report on page 4, city staff determined that drone shows would not impact illegal fireworks. So I do hear the concerns of the caller and other Richmond residents about illegal fireworks, but I also agree with staff's assessment that whether we drone or not drone is not going to have any impact on what the actual concern that Richmond residents have. And so for that reason alone, I'm not interested in paying a lot more money to switch over to drones when it doesn't solve the problem, it just spends more money and accomplishes little. With that in mind, can I make a motion that we accept the report and the staff's recommendation that we keep the 4th of July show as it is?
Yes, you may. So you're making that motion?
I am making that motion.
Do we have a second?
I second that.
All right.
Ready?
Roll call.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonner?
Abstain.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson?
Yes.
Councilmember Vice Mayor Cepeda?
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Robinson absent and Councilmember Bonner abstaining.
Thank you. Thank you to Assistant Chief Simmons and Chief Osaria and new Chief, Assistant Deputy Chief Brent Kahn. Thank you. Thank you, Council.
Our last item is reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1234 reports, limited to 2 minutes per council person.
Councilmember Jimenez.
I just wanted to say thank you to staff, thank you to Rising Juntos and council members to really work hard on Burman Park. And I think this is one of the many that we are renovating. I just wanted to say that as long as we have good finances, as the audit showed today, I think that we should be committed to really improve our parks and our recreation services. So I just wanted to say it was a beautiful time there. Mayor Martinez and Councilmember Robinson went there, and I just wanted to say that the community really worked really hard for many years with the staff, and this is the collaboration that we want to see for other renovations. Let's make sure that the next one is the full renovation of the recreation center and Nichols Park. That is kind of like a goal for the city council. I'm just pitching it here, but as a new goal. But thank you so much. It was wonderful.
Thank you. Councilmember Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. I had the opportunity last week of attending the League of California Cities Conference in Garden Grove. It was an amazing experience. I was so excited to be a part of that. Also got an opportunity to travel with Councilwoman Wilson to that event, and we attended a lot of workshops and so forth, gained so much valuable insight on local governance, policy challenges, and community engagement. I was so inspired by our past election outcome and just the diverse partnership and leadership. I got to meet some of the most amazing people that broke some records in the last election, got to meet the youngest elected official and the youngest city council member in California. Also, one of the first African-American council members for the city of Martinez, right here in our own backyard. So it was moments like that that made that experience invaluable. Also, I'm excited to apply the learnings to serve our constituents effectively and to bring fresh ideas to the community. Also, on yesterday, I was proud to stand with our immigrant community, and also especially our young people for being the force behind that and pushing back and taking a stance. And so thank you.
Vice Mayor Cepeda.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended a couple of events in this past week. I went to the Meals for the Unhoused at Bridge Arts, so I want to thank them for hosting this great event, bringing the community together, the unhoused community together for this great meal. Also attended the Guardians of Justice event. They did a clothing, both giveaway and receiving, so they were there if anybody wanted to donate clothing, and I believe they're still accepting clothing, so you can give that to them and they'll make sure that people in need accept it or receive it if they need it. I also attended the Lunar New Year lunch on Saturday. And on Sunday, rain or shine, mostly rain, I also attended the immigration march protest down 23rd Street. And it was a very emotional event for me, just being able to march down, seeing the community really come together. Talking to some of the organizers, they were expecting fewer than 100 people marching, and all of a sudden hundreds of people ended up attending. And this really shows the strength of our community coming together and wanting to stand up and fight back and being together for each other. So it was a really, really great event. I want to also mention the, again, the RNCC's Black History Celebration on February 10th. So come out to that. And then the library is having their Black History program on February 13th at the library. So hopefully everybody attends there. And that's it for my reports. Thank you.
All right. Well, I'll say ditto since I went to many of these events that were mentioned. And I would like to close in honor of a couple of upstanding citizens who took time out to make sure that someone who fell was taken care of. So I close in honor of Carson and Clarissa Bruno, who helped someone up from the ground and gave them a ride to their home so they could go to Kaiser to be seen. So with that, we're done.
Great job.